Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, February the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Mr. Keith. All right, so what is happening this morning? So we got a couple of big names releasing earnings, which is driving down the retail sector, maybe everything else. I don't know. Walmart, guys, WMT. Walmart released earnings. Mixed bag. It got up to 150 briefly, and then it went down to 138. So it's down 3% right now. So Walmart is putting a damper on the retail sector, I'm sure. We'll take a look at XRT later on. Home Depot. Home Depot is another one that released earnings this morning. Home Depot, HD, and also down. Both of those, Walmart and HD, down more than 3%. Market's in for a pretty sizable gap down also. ARBE is gapped up. Let's see if it's still up there. Yeah, not bad. Let's see, it's got up to 771. I cannot see any specific reason for it. I'm looking at my headlines. I don't see any specific reason for this one. Let me just do a quick look here. No, I don't see any specific reason for it. There's got to be some reason, of course, but I can't see it. MOB. Another one that's gapped up, and it's kind of continuing. It was up to $3, trading higher after the company announced it has entered a strategic partnership with Mistral. Okay. CMMB. It's gonna be a real wild one. I think the float Israeli stock, low float, trading higher after the company announced FDA clearance of its IND application. Okay, so that is a reason for CMMB. Getting right into that 200-day moving average. CVRA had gapped down. CVRA had gapped down. I got the wrong symbol. Is it CURA? I must have typed this in wrong. I'll come back to that. APLS. Must be CVRX. It's CVRX, not CVRA. Yeah, okay. Let me do that one again then. CVRX. I see it right here in the gap down. So CVRX. But first of all, APLS trading higher after the company announced the FDA approved as the first and only treatment for geographic atrophy. Okay. And that is APLS. That's a nice big gap up. We've seen this one. This has been so erratic over the last few days, few weeks really. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. So now let's get CVRX in here. CVRX. So this is a gap down after trial for heart failure therapy failed to meet primary endpoint. Okay. And this is shortable for me. Yeah, shortable. Yeah, lots of shares, almost 500,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Mentioned Walmart. Now China, just China in general, KWEB, WEB. KWEB is weak and weakening. Boy, look at this. Yeah, look at this. You know what? We finally broken out. Well, I shouldn't say finally. It's been coming. You know, this area right there, the 33.31. We're talking about how China stocks had kind of weathered the storm when the SPY was doing all its craziness from last November. This day right there is November 25th. Had the nice pop up, nice little base for a while, little pop up, kind of based, But 33.31 took that out a few days ago, and now look at China. So PDD as an example. So there's going to be many, many China stocks probably doing something like this today. Just give me one moment. Okay, now anything else climbing in here? See, did I mention? I don't think I mentioned SGML. SGML, Sigma Lithium, potential potential Sigma Lithium takeover would help Tesla secure capacity. Reports that Tesla was considering a bid for the company. Okay, so that is SGML. Rumor, of course. Speaking of rumors, look at Manu today, guys. MANU. So remember the rumors that a Qatari group was going to be buying them, but right now this is a weakening stock. Manu sifting through numerous bids for club. So this is, I mean, at one point this got down to $23 from almost 28 on Friday. So I'm saying until something is still something is absolutely done, it's not. All right, just checking some of these ones that have gapped down. ALRN. Okay, that's just a cheap one. Announces termination of phase 1 breast cancer chemoprotection trial. So huge gap down for this company, 40% down. Well, hey, here's some shares available to short. ALRN. Muted in Discord. Thank you. You're right. I am muted in Discord. Thank you, Pepe. All right, guys. Actually got a bit of a late start this morning, so scrambling to get all the rooms up and all this pre-market work done. And as I say, we're in for a rocky open, guys. Well, rocky in that it's a big gap down. Looks like we're going to challenge 400 again on the SPY. Mob's float is 72K. Let's take a look. I mean, that's what we have. Yeah, so let's just take a look at some other websites and see what they have. This is one of those when sometimes it's really difficult to nail down. Yahoo is the same as us. Finviz has 4.4. Other sites that I look at have nothing available. So it's hard to know really. 72 that sounds really low, but that's what Yahoo Finance has also. HYPR, let's see, what is it? Yeah, another one that just gapped up and then came right back down. 165 on the high and then back down to 140. Let's see, they had some news, received CE marking after meeting comprehensive new, etc. Okay. Dan is an earnings play. DAN is an earnings play. Not that much volume, but it is down. gap down on earnings. Key area for to try to hold would be the 1782, and it's very close to that because if it gives that up, then 1741 is the next low looking left. So DAN is an earnings play. Looking at some of these other ones that are up. VIR, let's take a look at VIR. Yeah, well, it's not bad. It's almost up 10%. Actually, it's a pretty decent gap. The next high is around 29, so it's got some room. And that's VIR. Any news on this one? And CS is also an earnings play, I think. Credit Suisse is an earnings play. I think this is gap down on earnings also. I'm sorry, it is not gap. It's not an earnings play, but wow, $2 stock for yours. Yeah, so it's not an earnings play, but boy, oh boy. How about DocuSign, DOCU? Yeah, another one, guys. Challenging the 200-day moving average. 59.94 is the 200-day moving average, so it's about 50 cents above that. You can see that green line on my chart. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if they've hit my email. Yes, they have. Okay, so yeah, big downgrade list as usual. We get them in. I'll get them in both rooms in a second here. Just got to type them in. Few more to go. Oh, I see VIR has a Goldman upgrade. Okay, so that's one of the reasons I guess it was moving higher. So VIR has a Goldman upgrade. All right, I've got the upgrades in. Now let me get the downgrades in. I know I haven't pasted them in yet to the main room. Let's see, I'm looking to see if there's any multiple downgrades. I see Docu has been downgraded by UBS. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So I did not get the email, but I did see the video that Steve did. So PSTX is the trade of the week this week, and the trigger is 7. So I know it's at 7 right now. This is in the pre-market, no volume, of course. So that is the trade of the week. How you trade it, of course, will be up to you if you trade it at all. T, by the way, good morning. Welcome to the room. T, I see you just popped in earlier. And anybody new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and about 3:20 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Live on the mic and sharing my screen. All right, LNZA. This was I guess, a new issue a couple weeks ago. So here's the Goldman upgrade for VIR. See, they got a target here. They do have a target of 53. Wow, $53 target for VIR from Goldman. So the stock sitting at 28. Pretty aggressive price target. Was TVTX a Wedbush? So we've got Piper Sandler, we've got Wedbush, $30, so that's 18 now, okay. And we've also got Piper Sandler raising, I like their price target, way better, 46. And they received accelerated FDA approval for rare kidney disease treatment. Just checking to see if there's any other analysts piling into this one right now. Yeah, Barclays lowers their price target to 31. Wainwright. So a lot of companies target of 40. A lot of companies in on this one. TVTX. Morning, Mike, in our YouTube room. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. Click on New from our toolbar, and then Dock Channel Bar, and Show More, and then get to our sector status. Retail is going to be the tough one today, guys, I think, with Walmart, Home Depot. All the sectors are going to be negative, but well, first of all, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE. XLE is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 85% in red, what does that mean? That means that 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's closing price. That's what that means. You can see retail, 85%. There was not one positive sector to look at, not one positive sector. But as always, like to start off with how are they in relation to their 200-day moving average now? Take a look at XLE. You know, guys, this is getting closer and closer. XLE is getting closer and closer to that green 200-day moving average line. These were the days where you thought energy that would never happen. But, we're getting closer and closer. XRT. Still, we're still a fair bit away from the 200-day moving average. Going to be a little downward pressure on it today, but still relatively safe. XLP was the one that was underneath. There was only one that was underneath the 200-day. It actually popped above it on Friday. Okay, popped it on, yeah, Friday. Popped above it on Friday. Healthcare, XLV. XLV was close. XLV was very close to the 200-day also. And it broke down through it, but then it closed above the 200-day moving average. So, but it's getting, today might be the day that it gives it up. XLI, safely above that 200-day. XLY, this is another one that, along with consumer staples, so this is consumer discretionary, XLY. Yeah, I mean, it's close, but it's still above. XLB, yeah, it's still above. XLC, communications, XLC, communications. Let's see where this one is. Yeah, it's starting to get closer again, guys. Yeah, after all those months and months being below it, broke above it, but now starting to drift down again to that 200-day moving average. And then technology, XL, actually, yeah, XLK, technology, still above it. So we don't have any of them as of Friday that had closed down below the 200-day moving average. So every major sector was still above the 200-day moving average, though healthcare and consumer discretionary were getting closer again, as well as energy. Well, William, yeah, you were mentioning this one as an earnings play, MDT. Not a lot of volume, but I guess when you saw it, it was positive. But boy, it's really starting to give it up now. 87.65 was the high, approximately 83 now. So there's a over $4.50 drop. Key level for it to try to maintain would be about 82.57. That is the low of 3 days ago. 82.51 actually. So it's getting close to that. Probably a terrible spread. Yeah, awful spread right now. 84.42, 83.50 on the bid ask. All right, IFBD is making a new high. I'm hearing it. IFBD. So I didn't see any news on that one. Low float situation. It is actually a China stock through the 200-day moving average now. 166 is the 200-day moving average, so it's a little bit above it. IFBD. The next high in the weekly chart is 266. So based on the weekly chart, it would have some room. Very, very erratic trader though. Look at all the topping tails, all the bottoming tails, up, down, chopping around on that daily. On Friday, it had a nice day, but it sold off at the end. Could not get through the 200-day. If there's any news on this one from Friday that I can see. I see no news on this one. 214, that's February 14th. I don't see any news on this one. Recent news anyway. Well, you can see here my pre-market actives up or down by at least $1. And here's the list. This is all in green. Here are the ones down $1, and look how much longer that list is. Way bigger, bigger, bigger. Wow. So there's that PDD, China stock down $6, big volume. JD, another China stock, big volume. Let's take a look at the road the SPY has been on over the last couple of weeks. So this got up to 416. This was on beginning of February. Beginning of February 2nd, it got up to 416. And now, it's been choppy, but now we're definitely in a downtrend, guys. Key level, of course, as always, seems to be that 400 mark. Okay, give me a moment, please. Just have to fix something. Time is it right now? 9:26. I have time. All right. HSBC, another one that's saying hammered down, I think. HSBC. I'm sorry, it's on the way up. HSBC, actually on the way up. This is an earnings play, so one of the few earnings plays that are seems to be up this morning. HSBC Bank, big float, almost 4 billion in the float. Yeah, Docu is getting thumped now, guys. They're 55, 59.54 is the 200-day, so it's now below the, or right at it, right at that 200-day moving average, basically. Actually, I'm sorry, it's just below it. 59.54, the price is 59.65 right now, so it's trying to take out that 200-day moving average. There looks like there could be some support around 58, maybe, based on that daily chart. So that's a Docu's falling on a UBS downgrade. Right. Brian William telling me it's probably a minute left in the until the open. It is. Okay, guys. So listen, 1 minute left until the market opens at 9:30. It's about 45 seconds right now. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. So let's have a great start to this shortened trading week, everybody. Don't be in a rush to get into something. Let it set up. All right, guys, we're now open. AMC, I noticed it having a bit of a surge this morning. A couple of highs for it to get out. 554. All right, TVTX, guys, TVTX on all those upgrades. TVTX on those upgrades. And again, if you're wondering, when you see a price target by some of these analysts putting a price target on a stock, and the stock is sitting at right now, say $19, and they're putting price targets of 30 and 40, doesn't mean it's getting there. So AI was kind of weak in the pre-market, but look at this. Look at AI coming right back, 2286 all the way. Wow, up to almost 25. So AI was watching it. It was weak in the pre-market, but market open and look out. Okay, so they expanded their strategic collaboration agreement with Amazon Web Services to deliver enhanced AI solutions. So that is the news for AI this morning. Other one on the move higher here, guys. Just breaking over $1 is ASXC. TVTX continues to move higher in all those upgrades and price targets. TVTX. Mark, well, my pre-market actives just tells me immediately. The scan I've got here, the pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. I sorted on the ones that are up the most. It's really that simple. So, we saw MOB and ARBE, etc. I've sorted these on the change from the close, and these are the ones changed from the close on the way down. So it's really that simple. It's a couple of scans that I'm sharing. VIR, guys, on that Goldman upgrade. VIR on the Goldman upgrade. What's the next high looking left? Actually, it's got a little bit of room. 29.74 is the next high looking left for VIR, at $1 away. CMMB making a move here. Pulled back quite a bit and got up to 297 in the pre-market, pulled back down to 236, trying to recover a bit here. I check whenever I get up, Mark. We start getting our data at 4 in the morning, Eastern time. Okay. So whenever you get up. I'm on the West Coast, so I do not get up at 1 o'clock my time, but it's more of a running total, as the market approaches the 9:30 open, you're seeing the ones that are still active, still moving higher or lower. All right, guys. Well, I guess I gotta hand it to this company a little bit. 430. I don't mean to the company, to the stock price. 436 was the low of AMC a few days ago. 564 now, and on the move. So the memers have got a hold of this one, obviously. All right. The other one on the move higher here, guys, at the beginning of the day is GOGL. Well, it was anyway. GOGL, Golden Ocean Group, another, I don't know, don't see any news on them. We have our first halts. MVLA, this was a SPAC, I think, turned into an MVLA on last week. Remember IC from last week, guys? IC was ripping higher. This is really giving it up now. Remember this? Got up to 26.42 on Friday, closed down here, 2186. And now it's really starting to fall here. ICE. And speaking of IC, it's now showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, guys. IC showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. What sort of, there might be a little bit of, well, it's probably some support around that whole number 19. The next low looking left is 1874 and then 1838. These are on the weekly charts. Okay, guys, what was that one that Friday afternoon? I don't think it was IC. It was actually an AI alert also, and it ran right at the end of the day, got halted, screamed higher, then all of a sudden it just absolutely tanked. You guys will remember it right at the end of the day. I think it might have got halted on the way down, actually. Was it APLS? No, it wasn't APLS. It was another. There's something wrong with our history when we do our history on our AI because it's not telling me which one it was. Previous trading day is not there. I don't see it. You're right. Actually, it was TVTX. You're right. It was TVTX. If you guys remember this, so this is scary. I mean, I know they've got a bunch of upgrades and price targets, but this, yeah, you're right, absolutely right. This was an AI alert, and it got all the way up here, 23, and then it started to crash out, and then it got halted. I mean, this was just a crazy, crazy action for that one. So now they're asking us to trust it today. I don't know about that, guys. Be very careful on this one. I mean, that was a crazy reaction. All right, what is the market doing? So the market is, as we knew it was going to be weak to start, but we're getting a green candle here, guys. First 15-minute SPY candle is green so far. So maybe we'll have a bit of a recovery. DraftKings, DKNG. This is, wow, look at DraftKings, guys. Wow. DKNG uh, taking out the high. This was an earnings play last week. This was actually the reaction. So this was the reaction to DraftKings on Friday to its earnings, and now it's just a little bit above 2120. Yeah, a little bit above the high of Friday. So this is still strong. Second day continuation of earnings so far. I remember somebody posted something about the label, bad side effects. So what's changed? What has changed since then? that was scary. If you were in this one, you were laughing at one point at the 3 o'clock. That was the 3 o'clock candle for TVTX. Here's your 315 candle, still moved higher, and then all of a sudden and then it got halted. So what has changed though, Captain? I guess that's the nothing has really changed since that was posted. Big green, big green bar to start, guys. We have another 3 minutes for this candle to close. And I can start taking a little harder look at some potentially some interesting trades. ATNM, guys, ATNM is moving down here. ATNM, oh, talk about crazy action. I mean, look at ATM in the pre-market, got all the way up to 1823, look really positive, and then all of a sudden, market opens and it's just tanking. ATNM, they were trading higher after the company announced full data results from the pivotal phase 3, etc. Okay, so initial reaction was wonderful, and then reality has set in. Mentioned this one earlier, this cheap one, ASXC, trying to hold one. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 121, so that, maybe some resistance around there. Yeah, this one, AMAM, is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. The high looking left is 454, so it's got a little bit of room still. Yeah, seeing very choppy action. Here it is, ARBE 693 on the 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, it didn't really break above that, and then it's pulled right back. So right now, some very choppy action. The IC 1925 was the alert. Okay, so it is, not moving so far anyway. Got down. Wow, we actually got down to. So I mean, if you really hopped on that one early, I guess it would have been okay. I just don't do that. I like to give it some time. I like to give 15 minutes at least for the market to settle down a bit. ASXC, guys, big level would be 120 something, 122, I think I mentioned. There it is on the weekly chart. 122 is the next high. ASXC. DraftKings still above the Friday high. Friday high was 2120, so it's a little bit above that Friday high. Oh, cool. Okay. All right, what I'm looking for right now are some stocks that have some room when I look left that they could keep going before hitting another high, a close high, especially on the daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily, I'll look on the weekly. How do you determine the volume on ASXC? Do you have trade ideas, JA? And the volume is, always going to be in our single stock window. So there's the volume, 1.8 million. So if you have a single stock window, I mean, there's the volume. I like the single stock window. You have information, everything you see down here from earnings date down and on the short float down. These are all user defined. Okay, but up here you have your volume and your relative volume. That is standard. And of course, how much the stock is up or down. And of course, you can put the volume. You can put volume as a filter header in any alert window or top list window. That's the volume today. That little T, that is the volume today right there. So you can add it to any one of your windows. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. I've got a little. Just give me a moment, guys. I've got something going on here. Okay, I know what to do. All right, AT&M guys, AT&M really giving it up. I mean, imagine if you were in this one at 1812 or say 1817.50 or so, and then just absolutely collapsed once the market opened. AT&M, tons of shares available and interactive brokers to short. Ooh, AZEK. Let's take a look left. 2376 is the next low, so it's there. It's got some room, guys. A little bit of room for this AZEK, AZEK. A little bit of room to move down. There, the next low is 2327, so we're at 2380 right now. So this is could be an interesting short here. I'm just trying to see if there's any news on this one. Hmm. All right, guys, AZEK. I'm in this one. I want to see. I don't know. Here's a level that it could get to, or stall. I should say stall. Have I read this wrong? Oops, I may have read this wrong. Give me a moment here. No, 23.27. Yeah, 23.27 is the next low looking left. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there, but so I'm in at 23.75. I will be quick to exit if it doesn't really start to move. And I'm watching, this red bar, this I thought maybe would help it. We're just going to give it a little bit more time. So that was a green candle to start, but look out, the next bar is just basically wipe that out. Yeah, I'm just going to give this AZEK just a little bit more time here. I'm basically flat on it right now. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to do it for me. Yeah, I think I'm going to, yeah, I'm out of it, guys. We'll take a look at it later, but it's actually looking like it's following the market. Here's that red candle with a big bottoming tail, red candle with a big bottoming tail. So tracking the market just a little too closely. So I took a little loss on that one, on the AZEK. Wow, AMAM. So that took a while, but so for my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, here's another one. I'm going to take a look at this one hard. HLX from my 10-day daily breakout just showing up. And let me take a look weekly to see where the next high is. Looks like this has got some room. See if there's any news on this HLX. Oh, this is an earnings play. Okay, it's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours on Friday. Very few companies do that. Release earnings after hours on a Friday. But I guess they did that. That's what it says, February 20th, post market. Oh, wait a minute. What do we? Oh, they did it yesterday. I'm sorry. But the market, of course, was not open yesterday. So keep an eye on this HLX, guys. Nice big gap up. I better take a look at the monthly chart, get a better read on this one. So it looks like on the monthly chart, there's some really tough resistance right around 980 or so. So it's got some room though. I was short AZEK. I took myself out of the trade for a loss. But looking interesting to me again. Follow the market just a little too closely. HLX, what's the float here? It's a big float, HLX, 142 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move this, but it is an earnings play. So it should be active most of the day. Ooh, look at PLAB. PLAB is a PLAB is a earnings play also. Another one that released yesterday. I didn't know it was President's Day. After hours. AY guys, AY. What's the next high looking left? 2778, 2796, 2844. Yeah, to me, there's perhaps just a little too much resistance. It's not a clean look. If the next high looking left were more like 2868, I'd be a lot more interested. But you could get some stalls right, at that level here at 2778 and then 2796. So between 27 and 28, it could stall. Ooh, Tupperware. Is this an earnings play? Yes, it is an earnings play. How, look at this ugly daily chart, chopping up and down, up and down, up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. All right, let's take a look at some of these races, see what's happening here. Excuse me. Well, guys, AMAM was the one from that 10-day daily breakout. Now, is this shortable? It is shortable for me. The reason I ask is that it is getting, well, it's now trying to take that out. The high in December of last year, which was 454. So it's at 456 right now. Looking left, you can see it's right at that high. To look at this on a weekly chart to see. Yeah, the next highs on the weekly chart are around 5, guys. Just looking here on that weekly chart for AMAM. All this is right around 5. Well, AMAM is just on a mission here, guys. So it's taking this out. That high right there. 5 could stall it. If 5 doesn't stall it, I mean, look at that weekly chart. I mean, at one point it got up to 12 something. I think it even got higher. Sure. Hi, AY guys. AY now on the move as opposed to R. AR moving down. AR moving down. What's this one all about? This is this is really I don't see any news for AY. They have earnings in March 1st. I don't see any news for AY. Yeah, I don't see any. William, aren't you playing UNG? But aren't you trying to play it on a bounce of some sort? Or that's somebody else at Trade Ideas. You look at UNG just getting destroyed again. Okay, keep an eye on the ARBE guys. This showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The trigger was 693. The high in the pre-market was 770. So maybe this gets going again. It's not I mean, 24 million in the float, so it's not a high float. I think this is one that I could not see any news on. It's an Israeli company. It'll easily trade the float today. 23 million in the float is traded 18 million right now. This is not a crazy low float either. I mean, AMAM is at 37 million in the float. I mean, it's not high, but it's not low. And this is just absolutely rampaging now. Well, that's why I'm holding out maybe later on. Maybe one of these two can get going too, HLX or ARBE. The AMAM, of course, from my 10-day daily breakout. There was your alert, 408 price at 939. So if you took it around that area, you'd be laughing right now, $5. These have not really moved, the other two, but they could move later. All right, guys, I'm just kind of checking some thumbnail charts to see if anything interesting is happening. All right, so for APLS, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 62.24. So on the weekly chart, this still has a little bit of room on the weekly chart, and that is APLS. Well, guys, speaking of ARBE, there it goes, guys. There it goes. I just said keep an eye on it. There was the alert. There was the alert at 693. So hopefully some of you listened to or could hear me. I'm not going to make any recommendations of taking a trade, but I was just saying maybe these other two can catch up to AMAM. So that just broke out ARBE. We got rid of it, got to right to the pre-market high before it pulled right back down. ARBE. Oh, remember CYH? CYH had a tremendous day 3 days ago, 2 days ago on earnings. Tremendous day. And then Friday kind of held and it's starting to give it up right now. CYH. Mm. So AMAM is morning. AMAM is now, well, it was anyway, it was over 5 briefly. Yeah, Tupperware continues its move down, guys. TUP probably coming into maybe, hopefully for it, is some support, but TUP just getting crushed here. Well, guys, HLX again, the trigger was 9/11. This is what I'm talking about. 911, 954 was the alert. 911 right there. It's trying to get back to that price. If it gets back up to that price, I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert right around that area. Not a bad one from the AI guys. 59.43 on the alert, 61.84 now for APLS. You had to be quick on that ARBE, guys. Again, we're in this sort of a market. I mean, especially with the market moving down. A lot of these little ones, they don't care so much what's happening with the market to a up to a certain point. But all right, let's take a look at Mob to see if there's doing. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it really gave it up $3, back down to 2. Wow. Weight Watchers just nobody cares about losing weight anymore, I guess. Look at this. 392. 392 for Weight Watchers. Or excuse me, WW International. APLS guys still moving here. APLS still moving. You know, this one's got some room underneath. CVRX has some room underneath. When you look at the weekly chart, the next low is 933. This stock is sitting at 1120, so not quite $2 away. Lots of shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, look at Palantir after that earnings play where it really had a major lift. And 1031 back down to 853 now, getting closer to that 200-day moving average, 817 or so, 820. Keep thinking this HLX may have a pop in it. It should still be active. It is an earnings play. HLX should still be active. So I'm kind of fixating on it a little bit. See if it takes out that high of 911, 912-ish. Boy, this one, LTHM, I think this had some downgrades this morning, LTHM. All right, this AY actually showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, guys. Well, next high looking left is 28.43, so it's got a little bit of room until it may stall at that next high looking left. Yeah, probably a low float. Yeah, 4.9 million in the float. Another lithium company, ATLX. Got a 887, 909 on the bid ask. That's not great. This did get up to $13 back in January 17th. Yeah, super cheap one, SQNS. Probably up, no, not quite an all-time low. Showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But it's a little too cheap right now. If it were an all-time low, I may have taken a look at it, but it's not quite an all-time low. Meanwhile, AMAM continues to make a new high here, guys. More new highs for AMAM. Massive move, massive move. Well, obviously this was the one I did not take it a little early on that alert, that 408 alert. So if you're unfamiliar with this, and this is one of the scans I am sharing. So this is the don't repeat DR 10-day daily breakout. So what this tells you right there, the original alert was at, say for AMAM, was at 939 and the price was 408. So all you have to do is you click on it and you'll see a blue arrow that'll tell you the candle in which the alert happened, depending on the time frame you're looking at. Then you can kind of see where it went after that. Of course, on this one over here, right beside it, this is going to tell you every time AAAMAM made a new high. So, I mean, it doesn't, you just have to look here, 408, you look left, wow, 545 since that alert. So that's why, the AR was quick. This is why I'm kind of holding out maybe later on the HLX. It gets above 911 again and maybe starts to move. Okay, guys, AY starting to move now. AY also from that 10-day daily breakout. Now the next high is a little bit closer, 2844. 2844 is the next high, looking left. So it's a little bit closer. So the question is, how do I get the setup that I use? Show you. Excuse me. Give me one moment. I'm keeping an eye on something. I'm in something right now. It's pretty risky right now. So I have to keep an eye on the bid ask is kind of wonky. Okay, if you click on my homepage link as I'm watching this one, click on my homepage link. Excuse me. And if you want my scans, I mean, I'm going to go over my homepage in a little more detail a little bit later. But if you want my scans, just first of all, scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here, and here are the two races that you can see. Here are these two races, and also here is what I was just showing you: the 10-day daily breakouts or downs. Okay, these four. So that's how you can have those setups right here. Now, I don't have them in the nice dock like this. I have them individually. Some people don't necessarily want the short setups. Some people may not want the don't repeat, but so you can pick and choose which ones you want. All right, guys, TVTX is trying to get above 20 now. TVTX, it's holding 20 and trying to get a little bit above it. All right. Okay. There's a little bit of suffering for me on the CVRX. That's the one I was talking about. But I'm doing okay now. The CVRX, excuse me, showed up on my 10-day, excuse me, sorry about that, my 10-day daily breakdown. But all of a sudden, the spread got really bad. All right, guys, IC now is making another, excuse me, another new low here. ICE, tremendous sell-off from the highs. That was an all-time high. At this point, this stock was at an all-time high at 26.35. Sold all the way down to 22. And now it's continuing this move down. All right, IBIO. Yeah, pretty choppy, very choppy right now. Big topping tail on Friday. Got up to $2, closed down here at 145. Topping tail again. Yeah, this is ugly, guys. I mean, yeah, as somebody pointed out, these pops are not lasting very long. I mean, the AY looked pretty good for a bit. Got up to 28, 25. But so I am, yeah, I'm just going to bide my time for for a bit here. Come on, CVRX, just the magnet might be the 10-day, excuse me, the 200-day moving average at 1029. Urban Outfitters, yeah, Urban Outfitters. Let's see what they're doing. Not an earnings play coming up though on the 28th, but like a lot of the retail stocks, take a look at the retail sector, XRT. Yeah, so retail is very weak today anyway. Walmart, WMT leading the way down. Well, how about that? Leading the way up. It should look at the rebound for Walmart. Wow. That is a big rebound, guys. 139 back up to 147 for Walmart, WMT. And yet XRT is still moving down. How's Home Depot doing? Home Depot was another retailer that was, yeah, I mean, it's still down. Come on, CVRX, get closer to that 200-day moving average. See what I'm saying, guys? This is what I had to deal with. 1025, 1045 on the bid ask. At one point, it was 1080, 11. So I had to keep watching that one. All right, guys, I have covered my position in the CVRX. The 200-day is right there at 1029, and it's sitting at it. The bid is 1030, so it's just a little too spready for me. So I've covered my position in CVRX. And I guess I shouldn't have. It's just hard though. Look at that spread. 10, 10, 12, 10, 30. Ooh, this is going to get ugly for me. Yeah, I covered 1041. So 10, 1005, 1021 now. But that spread, they could just, but the thing is, right now, it's underneath the 200-day moving average. So anything could happen. And the market's just getting uglier. Dow is way down. NAS is way down. SPY's down. All right, I think it's crying soup time. Look at this CVRX now, just absolutely cratering. I just, well, I had to stick to my plan here. That 200-day moving average, I thought might stall it, but so that's a heck of a short now. 1081 on the 1021, 1021. Wow, 1021, the time. 1081, I'm talking about CVRX. So there's a dollar move, even with that spread. Gonna tell you where to find this is from our YouTube room, back-tested trading strategy ideas to look at. I understand they are market dependent, nothing is a given, but you talk about building a plan and I want to build one. Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, see, I don't back test any strategies. Okay. I'm not a back test. Oh, guys, HLX, HLX, HLX. Okay, guys, HLX may be trying to move here. What's the spread like? 910, 911. I'm the wrong person. You know what though, terrible trader. If you can last another hour and 20 minutes, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room. Okay. And maybe because he does a lot of back testing and he may be able to steer you to something. I don't backtest strategies at all. Okay, guys, HLX. See, a lot of my plan is based on, a price range that I like, a minimum volume that I like. I like to see stocks. I'm more of a momentum player, but I didn't know that until, I traded for a while. I had no idea if I wanted to be a momentum trader. Didn't even know what that meant. Or did I want to wait for pullbacks, things like that. And that's when Michael Noss says you gotta practice. So you have to practice. I mean, nothing. You won't know what sort of a plan you need or would like to stick to until you practice some things. But Michael might be able to steer you in terms of back testing. I certainly don't. I don't back test at all. If I back tested these strategies right here or these alerts right here, it probably wouldn't look very good. I don't care. I only get very few alerts here, so I always want to see what they are, and then I can make up my mind. Based on what's happening today. That's how I trade. Ah. So HLX, I mean, another little false breakout here, guys, on the long side. Could not sustain it. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I have none of that, terrible trader. I'm not into candlestick patterns that much. The only thing I'm looking at are like VWAP to a certain extent, and I'm getting into this anchored VWAP, but I'm still testing it myself. So I can't say I have a plan based around it. But as far as bear flags and all this, Michael is a better person to ask. Okay. Yeah, I'm very simple. I just look left. I get an alert and then I immediately just look left on a daily or a weekly chart and just see how much room does the stock, where could a stock keep going until it hits that next left, that next high, either on the daily chart. And if I don't see it on the daily chart, then I go to the weekly and then to the monthly. The very simple style of trading. It's not for everybody though. Now let's see if this AY can hold that VWAP. The VWAP's at 27.47. It broke down below it, came above it, but it's pretty. I mean, I'm shying away from this. Just look at these topping tails on the 15-minute chart for AY. Now, what does it mean? Let's bring up a big chart. So think of it this way. So at one point, say, take a look at the 10 o'clock candle. So at one point, at that topping tail, the price was up here. The buyers had it bid up to 28. Sellers knocked it down to 27.79. Not terrible. Again, the buyers tried. They got it all the way up to 28.22. The sellers closed it way down here at 27.65. Buyers tried again, 27.90. Now this is the, well, no, that candle just closed, I guess. So come on, get out of there. So buyers tried again, 27.91. Sellers knocked it down. You know, eventually the buyers are going to give up for a while. They're not going to keep trying to get this higher when the sellers keep pouring in and knocking it down. So it's always a battle all day long. Doesn't matter what stock you look at. Now, some are more dramatic than others in terms of the topping tails or bottoming tails. Some are more dramatic than others. But in this particular case, I'd be looking at this and going, wow, if I wanted to buy this stock, why would I beat myself up? Why would I try when 3 times over 45 minutes the sellers kept knocking it down? As an example. The other aspect of building a trading plan is using the simulator, of course, because you don't know what's going to work. You just don't know what is going to appeal to yourself. So, using the simulator over a few months, practicing certain types of setups. Well, the AI's had a couple of really good ones today, guys. Really, DFIN, another nice short. There's a short alert, 43.30 down to 40. I typically don't trade the ones outside 20 and the AI, but and earlier had the APLS on the long. Well, this is one I shorted earlier, lost a dime on it. It's come right back down, but I think I will give it a pass because when I look left, yeah, 23.27 is the next low. So getting a little close to that. So I think I'm going to give it a pass. I'm not going to try to short it again. right, guys, I'm back. Hmm. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, 10:49. So I think I'll talk a little bit about my homepage and information that you will find there, including my scans that I'm sharing. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So of course you'll be brought to the top. So we still have the President's Day promo on for 25% off the first month only. Here's the code you can use, PRES, all in caps, 25. Click on Get Trade Ideas to give you an idea how much it costs. We have annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is 2,000. The annual standard is 1,000. Excuse me, less than 25%, of course, discount. The big difference is the AI, which again has had a couple of nice ones here. The short DFIN and go long APLS. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You get a 25% discount off that first month only, the first month only. Excuse me. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward, 118 and 228. If you take out a monthly subscription right now and you decide and get that 25% off and then decide that you'd like to have an annual and you do that within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% discount. Okay, so you have another opportunity. But listen, there's no problem. You want to go monthly for forever, that's fine. Obviously, going on an annual, your per month rate would be lower. But of course, you have to pay for it up front. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this, get started, okay? It'll take you through your first download and or your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, a great free resource for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss, who will be in our YouTube room in about an hour, he put this together. Okay, so if you're new to trading, this, I say, take advantage of it. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that, free of course. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Of course, it happened Tuesday morning this week. PSTX, let's take a look at what it's doing. PSTX. Trigger was 7, but let's see, was this market hours? So it did trigger. Now, if you took it, you got to manage your, you got to have to manage your trade. I think there's a stop. I think it's a 20-day moving average, something like that. But if you got the email, and how you manage it though is really going to be up to you. They are designed for longer term holds, but there is a stop. Education, big education section. We have a great user guide. Click on the user guide. There's that getting started section again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is. The A window, you should know what a top list window is, the T window, and about stock racing. Obviously, there's a lot more information in the user guide. Probably the next thing I would look at is price alerts, how to put one on a chart so that you can be alerted when a stock hits a certain price, etc. Okay? But you don't have to learn everything that's in our user guide. The stock racing, really encourage you to take a look at it. We have 4 videos on it. And these are all race startup. Everything is cookable here, so it'll get you uh, to understand what the racing is all about. I'm going to go over it in a bit, but I mean, the guide is here. When I talk about trade ideas, I give a basic overview, but the guide has everything in detail. There's that getting started. So the daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, and that will be Michael Noss today. And if you know Michael at all, he'll hammer at you. You must have a trading plan. So terrible. I encourage you to hang around for another at least an hour and 6 minutes, and he'll be there. He's not going to tell you what your trading plan should be, but maybe he can give you a better idea. Educational videos. And here's my scan section, my scans that I like. Okay. Obviously, they're my scans. That's why I like them. Two races that you see here are here. I constantly talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. You're looking for a momentum scanner. Here it is. The halts resumes that I display. It's more, I don't call it a scan so much, it's just information. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use. This helps me, find this. Well, obviously, find the ones that are moving up and down in the pre-market, and potentially, once the market opens, these are the ones that we can follow. Okay. So, as always, if you do decide to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage, the link I put in there, the homepage link, and then you can use that code. The room will get credit for the subscription. This is a free room, and I will get some credit also. All, but the other reason to save my link, my homepage link, you can take a look at my scans and that education anytime you want. Okay, we're going to take a look at SGML now. Well, I mentioned TVTX earlier on I didn't take it, but I'm just pointing at the opportunity, I guess. The TVTX, it was holding 20 and now has all these price targets put on it, but I'd still be a little bit worried about what happened at the 315 candle on Friday. Apple's APLS continues to move higher here, guys. Actually, it's not a bad little break on the 15-minute chart. The pre-market high looks like it's around 64.87, 63 actually. I'm sorry, 64.90. 64.90 is the pre-market high. So it's got some room. It's got a little bit of room, APLS. Yeah, I'm not seeing too much happening either in terms of my scanner. I mean, the TVTX looks like it wants to continue, inching its way higher to a certain extent. The spread's good, 2054, 2056. Obviously, the spread is good. Lots of volume, 31 times normal. At the big volume day, it's going to eclipse the volume day it had on Friday. But I didn't see this one in the pre-market at all, DFIN. Now, the issue with this one is, I wonder what the spread's like. The spread's not terrible. Very low volume, 214,000 shares. It is an earnings play. You would have thought they'd have a lot more activity in terms of volume, but certainly just getting kicked here, 19% down, DFIN. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to delete this one. DCFCVRX. Totally out of this one right now. I've left a ton of money on the table on this one. I let that 200-day moving average get in my head a little too much. It wasn't so much that really, it was the spread. The spread was just driving me crazy at some point. So right now it's okay. Well, even now, oh look at that, 1542. That's exactly what I mean. 915, 942. And it was driving me crazy. So I decided to just I did okay on it. I was in at 1075, out at 1041, but man. So let's see what are the other ones doing. How's IC doing? 1925 was the alert. Yeah, this hasn't really done anything. So, when you look at these, there's been two excellent ones, like hugely good. AMAM 408, and it got up to 545. And then this one, 1081, and it got down to 9 whatever. 8, what am I saying? 889. Wow. Almost $2 move. The rest of them, this one spiked higher, but it came right back down. Again, this is why these are ideas. They're not back-tested strategies or anything like that. Doesn't mean when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade. This HLX looks like it may be a short. Now, let's take a look at this HLX. Through the VWAP, guys, 890 through the VWAP. The next low looking left is 860, so it's sort of a bit of maybe a scalpish type short. Well, again, I'm allowing this, what happened on Friday to influence me on this TVTX. I guess I shouldn't be because look at this thing rocking now. Well, big level now, guys. I mean, you look left, of course, 2320 is the high looking left on Friday for TVTX. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, AMAM trying to get back over 5. Ooh, now is this coming into support? ATNM, ATNM. Now, when you look at this daily chart, there seems to be, could be some support right at 12. About one, two, three, four daily candles right at that level. Of course, if it takes that out, then that's not support anymore. Okay, HLX. HLX, guys. This is one I suggest you to take a look at a short. Broke down through that 200. I keep saying that. Broke down through the VWAP. Next low is 860. Ooh, this got halted because of news. ASXC. This could be ugly. This could be super ugly. You know how this was popping up pre-market? Pre-market. Well, actually, once the market opened, but now this just got halted because of news. All right, guys. Well, so much for 12 holding ATNM. This now just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Um, hmm. I guess there's an argument to be made that it could get down to about the 1111 area before it hits support or a support area. This one, Kook, KUK. Wow, look at this one, guys. Go KUKE. Haven't seen this one for a long time. KUKE through the 200-day moving average. KUKE, probably low float, 10 million in the float. China stock. I don't know what they do. Obviously, something to do with music. Out of nowhere, KUKE. Not shortable for me. So, for instance, terrible trader. Okay, and I don't know if this is gonna. I don't know if this is gonna work that well, but look at HLX. Okay, and I mentioned this. Took out the VWAP 890. That could be a trading strategy of yours. I mean, it could be. You'd have to, but you'd have to. You could practice in the simulator. Do you want to see stocks that take out the VWAP and then maybe have a move down from there? You could use our now. The only problem with our crossing VWAP alerts that some people find is that it requires a volume confirmation, and some people don't like that. So when they get the alert, sometimes I mean, sometimes it could be a few pennies away from the VWAP. I don't find that a big deal. Now, it depends how far away it is. If Okay, but you could try that. We've got the VWAP cross. And again, I'm not suggesting that is a strategy that you ultimately will use, but here it is. And then you could just easily construct it. VWAP crossing above, crossing below the VWAP right there. And now just put in your price range that you might like, minimum volume, maybe some other filters. You get the alert, see what happens. You just see what happens. Take the trades in the simulator and see how you do over the course of time. Again, so much for 12 holding AT&M. So if we start checking this off, so obviously AT&M, CVRX, two out of these worked out extremely well on the 10-day daily breakdown. On the up, really the AMAM is the only one that really worked well. ARBE for a brief period of time. Is that Carl Sagan? No, that's Hawkins, right? Brief period in time. Oh man, AT&M. Yeah, AMC guys on the move. I got it. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. From 4.39 a few days ago up to $6. I mean, it's still the memers will not give up. February 28th is actually earnings. How's GME doing? Of course, another big meme stock. No, it's really okay. AMC is really trading on its own in terms of the memers, and I'm sure I don't think that's our Bed Bath and Beyond. I don't think it's doing anything other than sinking into the abyss. So AMC has earnings coming up, and so for whatever reason, this is a headline expected to beat earnings estimate. Expected to beat earnings estimates. Okay, BCRX just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown now. BCRX. BCRX. So let's take a look at BCRX. BCRX, the alert came in at 835, 840 right now. Let's take a look left. What do we see? Yeah, so there could be some support around 8. Could be. There's a ton of shares available at Interactive Brokers to short, so I'm pretty sure there's widespread shorting available for BCRX. I'm looking here, 2.5 million. So you're saying they have actually avoided bankruptcy, BBBY? Well, if they've avoided bankruptcy, the stock was doing better when they said they were going bankrupt. Oh, there's interesting. There are shares available now. Not gonna. It's pretty cheap now to pile into a short on this one, but um, yeah, for a while, Interactive Brokers would not let you short BBBY. They had the big red dot, not just not they wouldn't. The message was not that they would try to find shares. it was not allowed to be shorted, but lots of shorts now. 400,000 shares available. Well, Peter, as I'm saying, they were doing better when everybody thought they were going bankrupt. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I've sort of lost. Let me do a reset of my connection. Boy, look at AMAM, guys. It is still rocking here. Um, Pop up. I think it came right back down. Yeah, I got up to 524. Still looks interesting. AMAM. Back this weekly chart out. Let's take a look where the next high is. 590, guys. 590 is the next high. Now the high today was 545, and it got up to 504. So it really broke through 586. Sorry, 586 is the next high looking left. And then after that, it is 698. So, if this AMAM kind of settles just a little bit, this could have another liftoff. And it held the VWAP. You can just see how it held the VWAP right there. Oh boy, I missed out on this one. ATNM just absolutely making new low after new low after new low. Now, will this hold it? I mean, look what it got to. The low today was 1120. You look left, looks like there's some support around 1113-ish, 11, between 11 and 1113. Whoa. Guys, I'm just not concentrating enough. Look at IC now. You have no excuse, but my excuse is I'm a few things on the go. But look at IC now, 1925, 1866. So it's basically at the low, a little bit below that low that it hit on that first 15-minute candle. So the shorts, you guys, if you won't short, I can't help you, but short is the way to go right now. I'm not saying there could be the odd one that's moving higher, but short plays, I mean, you're going with the market. Okay, so they provided a corporate update in conjunction with its previously announced Investor Day. Okay, this is the that was the that was the reason for the news halt for ASXC. So for the great sleuths that we have in this room, what happened here with IC? I don't recall why it sold off so much. Was there some news that came out that hammered it down? Was just profit taking? I mean, that's insane profit taking. It wasn't anything to do with TVTX, I don't think anyway. But what was the reason for that huge sell-off for IC after hitting an all-time high? It had some news, had some good news, and that's what propelled it upwards. And it just sold off, and now look at it. It's like this news that hit on Friday was just, yeah. So I mean, that was the news. US FDA accepted its new drug application. Okay, so that seemed to be the news that got it up there. But I mean, that's a massive, massive. I mean, look at this, 2640, 1861 now. Yeah, I just don't see the news on this one, I see, that would have caused it to be slammed down. There's got to be some reason. I can't believe it's just profit taking, and especially the follow-up day today. Okay, guys, it is now 11:30, so I'm just going to confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room when I take my break in about half an hour. Boy, this I see now. The next low looking left, I mean, I'm not in this one, but if you took this one, your next low is 1819 looking left. Looks like it. 1854, yeah. 1819 is your next low looking left. This is not shortable for me. I'm looking maybe to short this one, but ARBE not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, AM maybe just snoozing here for a bit. The longer it holds over 5, if it gets some more volume coming in, it's holding that VWAP. Okay, DZSI, guys. So this had the horrible day on Friday. This was an earnings reaction. Okay, they released earnings after hours on Thursday. So this was the Friday reaction to earnings, trying to come back. What do they do? Still trying to come back. So this is actually running completely counter to the market. Guys, I'm actually looking at this AM and a break of 5 may get it running down. Okay, it may get it running down. AM. There's the VWAP. Where is it? 475 is the VWAP. So I have some problems on that. Yeah, that's why I was trying to, I don't know if the right word is warn people about Manu. Yeah, all the news about Qatari, putting in a $5 billion bid or something like that. I mean, that's what popped it on Thursday. It maintained on Friday, but you know what? Look at this. You cannot it's still probably a rumor. I mean, maybe it was very close, but who knows? Maybe over the weekend it fell apart. Till it's done, it's not done. I mean, if it gives up 22, well, that's about $1 away. If it gave up 22.42, though, I mean, look underneath. I mean, it's got still some room, but look at this. It's taken all this out except for that bottoming tail. Okay, guys, I'm actually short AM, just underneath 5. Okay, I mentioned this one. I thought maybe just underneath 5. If it hits 5 again, I'm out. I just want to see if this has some room underneath. There's the VWAP. See if it gets into the VWAP. 476. Boy, look at it, it got into the VWAP. Underneath that VWAP menu, VWAP was 2461-ish. So, boy, once it broke down through the VWAP, it has just been moving down steadily. And by the way, Michael Noss, yes, will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes or so. Excuse me. Okay, guys, iBio, just be careful with it though. I mean, a huge topping tail on Friday. iBio approaching Friday's highs. I mean, if it can really get going, you can see on this weekly chart. I mean, a few weeks ago, when was that? That was back in September, got up to 16 or so. There looks like there's a lot of resistance right around the area that it's trying to get to. Between here and say the 220 mark. If it can ever get through that though, because then the next high is 366. It's on the weekly chart for, okay, so they're linked. I know you guys have been, I think, pointing that out to me a few times. APLS and IC are linked. I couldn't see that with the APLS because, yeah, I mean, IC obviously has something to do with eyesight. Maybe they've got something to do with eyesight also, APLS. I can't see that here in their profile. That's all. So this one still has some room to the next high, DZSI. It's trying to wipe out everything that happened on Friday to it, DZSI. Okay, HTGC guys on the way down. So this had earnings. This is the reaction on Friday. Nice earnings reaction, but it's starting to give it up. I mean, if it gives up the low of the day on Friday, look out below. I mean, it's again one of those things. I mean, it's not certainly not a continuation. Second day continuation of earnings, and that's HTGC. I put an alert at the low. Okay, thank you, Casa. So it is literally a competitor coming out with same day approval of a competitor. Okay, maybe the market thinks that a competitor is a lot more solidly entrenched than IC. I guess maybe that's it. Look at GRFS. Look at this candle here, guys. GRFS. Whew. Next low looking left, 940. Got some room underneath. Something hit. I mean, that's too big a draw for no news at all. February 28th has earnings, GRFS. Where are they out of? Barcelona. Spain. Very few companies we see with that Spanish flag. But something's up or down with that, man. Does ICE have earnings also coming up? ICE, sorry. You're right, February 23rd, pre-market, so that's tomorrow. I'm sorry, that's on Thursday, pre-market Thursday. Okay, so I'm looking at the AM guys. I am still short this. It's the VWAP may hold it 476. It just got close to it. So this was more of a linear a regression trade. Ooh, 11:58. Let me get my announcement, and Michael will be in the YouTube room in any moment now. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, Michael's not there quite yet, but let me just want to get my announcement in. In fact, I hear him right now. Hello, Michael. Just give me a moment, okay?
Sure thing.
Snuck up on me. I didn't realize it was almost noon. Just give me a moment as I do a couple of things, like get rid of my music, number one. And number two, I want to put the YouTube link in the other two rooms so they can head over and listen to your illustrious comments for an hour.
Ranting.
Well, I've told Terrible Trader to wait for you, so you'll be getting some questions from him. Again, it's all to do with the trading plan, etc. I know. Your
Good.
favorite
Well, those are the
topic.
questions I like answering.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So I am putting myself on mute now in the main room. See you guys in about an hour, and in our Discord. Now I can talk to you for a little bit. Yeah, so Michael, yeah, I actually tried to get the Shannon book, but it's not available yet, obviously, in Amazon Canada. So because I wouldn't, I am seriously interested. I know you are. You're past interested. You bought in, but
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I need to be back in just 5 seconds. I just need to reset this. It didn't
okay,
update for screen share. Sorry, just 1 second.
okay. Okay, I heard a little pop again. You must be back.
I am back. I apologize. Max are
That's okay. That's okay.
um,
Yeah, I mean the anchored VWAP. I mean, as I was trying to say, I tried to get the hold of the book, but still not available in Canada. So you must have got a. What did he ship one up to you, or how did that
yeah,
happen?
I'm in it. So
Oh, you're
he,
in it. Yeah.
yeah, he kind of sent some like I'm on page 350 as a
Okay.
he sent me and I wasn't allowed to talk about this before, but he sent me some early chapters to kind of review and give feedback and everything too.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The other one. Now there are ebooks. I'll see if I can find you a link, but I think Apple Books. I know you're not a Mac guy.
No, I don't. So
Um,
it'd have to be Android or.
and maybe Google Books. Maybe if they've got their own kind of thing. He's listed them on there as ebooks as well.
Okay,
Um,
I'll check it.
but yeah, I again highly recommend. I got to read a bit of it early, and then I got it shipped to me early. So some people are just getting it now, and he's, I think it's number 3 in personal finance and stuff right now on Amazon, which is pretty big.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
no, I've been loving the little day trading setup I've got on the go. It's kind of reignited my interest in day trading, and I've actually been using our partner trade the pool. So it all kind of
Okay.
comes full circle.
So I see you had something with Manu, and so how did you get alerted to Manu in the first place? I mean, I know it was down in the pre-market and it was starting to sink. So what did you do though? Because I saw the screenshot and I saw the anchored VWAP. I see where the VWAP is also. So what got you to like you were using a 3-minute chart though, right?
Yeah, and the thing is with I don't really care about the time frame of the chart because anchored VWAP is something that adapts to um it'll be the same across all time frames, right? So the reason I'm doing shorter term charts is because I can just see it better. Because the way our charting software just updates on the close of the candle, but it doesn't
Mm.
matter. It takes every tick of the stock, so it doesn't matter if you're looking at it a 1 minute or a 30 minute or a 15 minute or whatever. It's the same, just like normal VWAP, right? Doesn't
Yes,
matter.
yes, I get
Um,
it.
uh,
Okay, Michael, I don't want to take a look at AM right now. I was short that. I've covered my short. I drew an anchored VWAP on it and before. And for me anyway, on a well, again, as you say, it doesn't matter the time frame, but on a 15-minute chart, it looks like that for me anyway, the anchored VWAP's at 488. Now the price is 492. The VWAP itself is 475. So the theory would be that if you took the trade right now, it's a little bit above the anchored VWAP and put your stop at the VWAP, that would be a potential way of playing it. Is that how you see it? If you
I'm
look at
looking at them a little
AMAM.
bit opposite, right? So I'm looking at them in more of a trend kind of continuation mode. So this AM, I'm actually on another screen right now filling out an order to potentially buy this. Um, if it, and I'll kind of break down
See,
my
I'm looking at it.
idea
I mean, I'm
here.
not in it yet. I mean, I've covered my short in it. But I wish I guess I wish I were in it right now based on
Um,
how you know what, Michael, why don't you, I've told people that I've got TradingView. I'll just take over the screen again. I'll just show you what I've
yeah,
got, okay? And maybe you can, because I'm really, here we go. Oops, add to the screen. So this is
and I
what I've
can
got
walk
here.
through my trades of this
Oop,
morning if
you know what, Michael? I think my Eves guy are phoning me. I'm getting some Eves done, so I'm going to have to let you go. Okay?
cool. All
Okay,
right,
bye.
bye. Okay, everybody. Um, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Now that the boss is gone, uh, for people who are new here, essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang out here for the next hour and just answer questions about trade ideas. So this is something cool that Trade Ideas does that I think is, kind of exclusive to us, where we can just hang out and shoot the shit about the market and try to figure out what's going on with the market and try to figure out what's going on with our software. Right, trading softwares, trading in general is hard. So we like to make sure we open up some room for some chat. So make sure you come in and ask any questions you guys may have. We really, I just want to say this, we really like the questions. We don't have anything prepared in advance, just because we're opening up for questions. So the more questions you ask, the less I'm going to be waffling on about random stuff. Um, so I'm just going to go into the chat here. I think there's already questions. BBY only avoided bankruptcy temporarily. Yeah, well, this thing's going under, right? I don't know what you could do to save a company like this. It's not like a pharmaceutical company or a tech startup or something like that where they can, come up with a new cool revolutionary blah 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 thing. Like it's just not really working right. Um, right. So it's just it's on its way down, right? And it's one of those things I talked about. I was on a Twitter Spaces last night where we kind of give some ideas. One of mine, both of mine aren't working right now at all, just because the market's down. But one of them I'm looking at is this SAH. I need to get above this $60 and hold, and this because it's got a 32% short float, right? This is the kind of thing you look for short squeeze on because as things are near highs, that's where shorts get nervous. On Bed Bath and Beyond, the shorts here are not nervous. The shorts here are loving life. There's really no price on this stock that the shorts could have entered and been down money, except if like right, kind of right here. Um, yeah. So if you're looking for short squeeze stuff, definitely look at the other side. Mr. Michael, my question is where I can find a place to browse trading style ideas. I don't know about that. Now, again, I have on my website, which I'll just share here, and this is something that I did with Trade Ideas, in which I put together this three 36 lesson trading course, and at the end of that, we talked a lot about um, building trading plans. Other than reading books and stuff, there's really only three things you can do with trading, right? If you really want to kind of boil it down, is you can be a trend trader, and that basically just right markets move somewhat like this, right? That's just a generic simplified version of market. You can either be a trend trader, which means that you're looking for to ride the trends as they move up and down. You can be a revision to the mean trader, which means you're trying to pick the turning points, the tops and the bottoms, and trade those. Um, when you can be a breakout trader, which means as the things make a new high, you're buying, or you can be a pullback trader, which as the market's pulling back, you're buying. That's what it like. It's first thing with trading is don't overcomplicate it. Trading is I like the terms um, simple but not easy, right? The hard part of trading is the discipline, the risk reward, the following a plan, even when the plan's not making you money, that kind of thing. But um, the idea behind trading is fairly straightforward. So don't overcomplicate it. Right. The rest of this is just trying to figure out like the details behind this. Right. So if you're a trend trader, it's like, how do you define a trend? If you're a pullback trend trader, what are you looking for a pullback in a way that you've defined a trend, right? It's dealing with the minutia more um, than anything else, right? And if you're a revision to the mean trader, it's like, okay, how are you going to define a top? Where are you going to put a stop loss? Where are you going to put a profit target? All of that. Uh, I can't think of it like a repository other than like taking your CMP to just find a big list of trading styles. Um, but again, on that website I just sent, on the main page too, there is, if you scroll to the bottom, a kind of a Q&A where I built, I can give you this YouTube link, might be another way to do it, where I kind of built a trading plan from scratch. And again, it's very simple, right? It's um, you know, Google like technical patterns and try to find one or two that make sense to you and kind of do that. But again, the real work with trading is the kind of honing in on things like time frame and then all this kind of starts with what are your goals, right? So, and the account size. And this is why when someone comes and says, "Oh, I just want something to trade," Like, it doesn't work like that because what I'm gonna tell someone who's, uh, retired and a multimillionaire and has no debt, his kids are gone, and he's got a $500,000 trading account to play with, um, something, right? It's that's gonna be completely different from someone who's young and has a small account and still a job, and he wants to trade to kind of grow that account versus, someone who is, like, working from home and has, like, another monitor that maybe they can take a peek on a trade every now and then, like, it's what are your goals? What's your account size? How much time do you have to commit? What's your personality like, right? It's very, 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 very personal. Yeah, I would just Google or I would take that course, that free trading course that I put on. Basically, I sat down with my wife, and we went through everything from the first lesson is what is a stock, and then the end of it, building your own kind of custom trading plan based off someone who has limited time to look at the markets and all of that. It's a good place to start. Up on the week scan, someone is looking for. Can't do on the week, but you can just do 5 days. So I would just grab any scan and then just do change in. So whatever else you want on the scan, um, and then just do change in 5 days. Right? So make either of these the minimum value 0 or positive, and then you'll find things that are up in the last 5 days. Pretty straightforward. But of course, if you just do something that this is your only criteria, it's just going to spam you with like never ending results. So you want to put um, or up on a week. Um, up on a week SPY, maybe you meant there. That's just you take things and you go change from the close, right? And you'll just add again all of the other things that you were looking at, whatever that is, price, volume, indicators, whatever, and just make sure change from the close is positive. There's no way to say, and then the SPY was negative, right? I'm just looking for. I just only bring that up when the SPY is positive, kind of thing, right? Hey, Mike C, how's it going? What is an example method for trading relative strengths? Does breakout make sense to you? Um, Again, it's not. There is no what is best. Now, relative strength, I would obviously point you to TI strength, which is down here, because there's some advantages statistical to that. Now, whether the next question is whether you want to buy breakouts or pullbacks. Again, that's going to have to do with your personality. Breakouts are going to give you a clear confirmation on the trade, but you're going to get faked out a fair amount, and your stop's going to be wider. Pullbacks are going to get you um, a tighter stop, but it's going to be a little bit hard to. You're going to have to define what's a pullback and all that kind of stuff. Again, I'd love to just be able to say, hey, here's the answer, but there is not. And it's just not the way it works. Um, so like I'm more of a breakout guy just because it's simpler. So for example, I'm watching HLX here. I swing trade off the closing candles just because that's the way I've been trained. Charles Dow has always said that's the most important price. So HLX from TI Strength here had earnings and it's gapped up. And if it can close up here, up above this kind of range I drew, then I'll probably buy some and my stop will be below this range. Now I know that in the long run, this kind of trading will probably have a less than 50-50 win rate. And I'm fine with that. And that's something else that you need to understand is that different trading styles, different trading philosophies will have different win rates and different loss rates, right? It's just the nature of it. Um, and right, there's just kind of nothing that can be done about that, right? That's just they've done all of these studies. It's probably the easiest way. I'm trying to figure out a way to describe it, but of all of the publicly available information on hedge funds, which there is a fair amount, and I worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, there is um, there are certain things that we know, quote unquote, know, based looking at their trading styles. There is uh, revision to the mean style of trading generally has a higher win rate but a worse risk reward. Trend continuation or trend following trading has a higher risk reward, way higher, but then a lower win rate. So you have to say, okay, am I going to be comfortable being wrong 6 out of every 10 times? If so, then maybe you're going to take a look at uh, that kind of stuff, right? Again, it has so much to do with there's some people who just cannot tolerate being wrong very often, right? The Those people need to kind of have some sort of like those people I would suggest more pullback buy or a vision to the mean. The people who are, really okay, like myself, I'm okay with having a less than 50-50 win rate because I know that the math in the long run will work out, right? And I am just totally fine with that as somebody uh, who's been doing it long enough. I just know, okay, this is kind of the path that I've chosen. And when I'm wrong on these trades, I'm going to lose a bit, lose a bit, lose a bit. And then eventually I'm going to be right. And that being correct is going to make way more than when I was wrong. But there's some people who just could not tolerate being wrong that often. And again, they need to kind of come up with, buying support and selling resistance or something like that as a method. So again, there is no answer. It's just what are you okay with? It's um, one of those things. What I consider a PayPal to be a short term strong. So this thing is incredibly weak over both the short term and the long term. Right? The market's been kind of basing sideways for a number of days, and this has just been selling off dramatically. One book to check out, and this is the same person who wrote the Anchored VWAP book we talked about. It's called Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames by Brian Shannon. That might be your kind of best bet if you're interested in trend trading and relative strength style trading. That might be a really good one to get started. Um, Let me just type it. I would suggest that one. Just a nice, good way to kind of go from there as well, right? So I see. It's funny you mentioned the canceling scanner. I actually traveled to Toronto um, last week, end of last week, and while I was on the plane, it's only like a 2 hour flight from where I am. But while I was on the plane and walking around Toronto and all that, I had William O'Neill's "How to Make Money in Stocks" in my ears. One of the reasons I forgot to download stuff. So it was one of the only books, the audio books I had downloaded. So yeah, I re-listened to that. That's probably like the third or fourth time. And I was actually going to build a cancel scanner. So let me answer a question with you and see what we can do. I'm actually gonna bring up. I like took notes and everything on my phone. Uh, Serendipitous. Yeah, canceling. Um, Again, I would love to, and this is something that's on the list of things to do to build, and I may just do it by abandoning the cup and handle and just making like consolidation instead. He mentions the cup and handle in his book, but not a lot. It's mostly just trading through consolidation. So, um, but yeah, we're planning on doing like a channel that would be can slim kind of stocks, right? Uh, but let me just answer this Tesla question and let's see what we can build kind of live here. It might be a good lesson for people. Uh, Tesla, you're talking from an intraday point of view. So first of all of these day trades that I'm talking about with Barry, all day trades for me start with the daily chart. So right now, immediately for me anyway, this Tesla would be axed as something that I'd be interested from a day trading point of view. It's doing less than normal volume, which is hilarious at 100 million shares. That's less than normal volume. And it's an inside day, which means today's action is contained within yesterday's action, and it's inside a range. So for me, just I'll look at it, but for me, um, that's not that's not something that's interesting to me at all. But the place for my setup to take a look at it would have been anchoring a VWAP from this low right here and then shorting as it broke that. So you may have got stopped out, you may have had a false trade here, and then probably actually had a winner there, and those would have kind of netted off. Now, 'cause I want to see them come up and test VWAP and fail. You could also just do like this resistance area. But say Tesla kind of comes up here and then it starts to struggle and then looks like it's going to fail again. That's when I would anchor VWAP from this low. But for me personally, I want stuff in that's in play, that's in the market, which is why most of my day trading scans actually demand three RVOL. So basically, it's just saying tech, for example, is doing five times normal volume, right? So this is something that's a little bit more interesting. And then yeah, someone's talking about that AI AMAM. This is doing 16 times more normal volume, right? So for me, like I talked about with Barry, is I anchored VWAP from up here. You can do that because you see how it's holding VWAP. That's kind of the first requirement. And then I anchor a VWAP from here. So basically, I want to see a candle close above kind of $5, and that's where I'll buy it. And then my stop loss will go under here, and can it get up to the high of the day? Maybe break through the high of the day. But for me, this first it starts with okay, is there big relative volume, which is just telling me are people like really concerned with what's going on with the stock? That's number one. And then number two is what's the daily chart look like? Like this is an interesting looking daily chart because we're above this high right here. So yes, this thing, in my opinion, could get going. Whereas Tesla, just a quiet inside day and a quiet inside range. Again, that's just for my particular style. All right, so cancel. So again, the fundamental side will be easy. I don't think we'll be able to do um, the technical side in trade ideas just yet. That's something I'm going to work on with the Market Explorer. But the notes that I have here, right, um, we have quarterly earnings growth and revenue increase. So we'll add those in. And the book that I saw at about 15% earnings growth and then some sort of revenue growth. Um, then it needed annual EPS growth, and would that be 1.25? It's a ratio, 25%. Now there's some things that it can't do. So like N for CanSlim means new management product or service. Can't do that, but he also noted, and this actually I missed the first time I did the one, is that at new highs. So I'm actually just gonna do lifetime highs, and I'm gonna look for things kind of in the high end of their lifetime range. High cash to debt ratio. So we have that one as well. Cash debt ratio. I don't know what's a high cash to debt ratio. Like 2. I don't know, twice as much cash as debt. Um, and then institutional ownership was high. So let's do held by institutions. I don't know. Let's make, and then again, these are just base numbers. And what I would do is I would tweak them based off the outcome. I do not get small to mid cap filter. That's right. So we can just go market cap. Do we want to do market cap or do we want to do float? Because you can have a small market cap and a big float. Because again, these are I'm just reading the notes that I have here. I had like my iPhone on, I had Apple Notes. I had lower free float, high cash to debt ratio was S. Let's do float. I think float would be more fun than cap. Um, Float. And I don't know. I'll survey you guys. And of course I'll share this when I'm done. What do we think a low to mid float would be? Uh Float should be set up to about 30 million. Okay, so let's cap it at 30 million. I'm just going to do some price, anything over a buck, and then I'm just going to do some average volume of, I don't know, 250,000 just to make sure that people actually give a crap about this stock at all. Um, the Okay. So I had 15% quarterly earnings growth with a revenue increase, annual earnings increase of 25%. I think I did a little less than that. Did I do? Yeah, annual. I think I may have done that right because that's a ratio. We'll see. And yeah, new product or management. Obviously, you can't just do that, but he said, or new highs. So I found stuff that was at a new lifetime high, but you could maybe do, I don't know, let's loosen that up a bit. Let's do position in like 1 year range instead of lifetime. Position in year range. And we'll make that 90. And then I have, it could be a 7 week base, but that's, again, that's something I can do with the Market Explorer. Lower free float, volume above normal, leadership or relative strength. I can't really do that in the system, but you can do that by eye. And then institutional ownership. So we did that. So let's see how. So we'll call this hand slim test. So the idea I want to do, just FYI, because there's a whole bunch of, ideally, like, again, I don't mind talking inside baseball with you guys. Like, Market Smith and Investor Business Daily has a huge audience, and this is basically all they do is can slim stuff, right? Because it's William O'Neill started that company. Well, we are cheaper than than them, right? And we offer way more. I just think we need to just kind of build in this particular feature, and then we'll have some cool stuff, right? There'll be an advantage to just why not go with us? Because we have way more stuff and cooler charts and auto trading and blah blah blah. If we can just build in this thing, so what's missing currently from this is the pattern recognition. Because what William O'Neill would do is scan for things that had these fundamental catalysts, but then we're also uh, you know, basing, right? So in my notes, I have a 7-week base. So basically, the idea is to find a company. Again, I'm not a fundamental guy. You have to respect William O'Neill, right? Even if I don't agree with it, right? And yeah, Mark Bianvini, who I believe I heard somewhere he has never lost a U.S. investing championship that he's entered, which is wild. Um, but the idea is you take all of these fundamental things and you say, okay, this company as a company is doing well. And this is kind of the stats that William O'Neill went to do it. But he was very big on technical analysis and trend alignment. Like this was the criteria for stocks to look at, but then the criteria for stocks to trade, when to trade, what risk management to use, all of that was based around technical analysis. So ideally, what I want to be able to do is pipe this data into the Market Explorer. So it says, okay, find me stocks that are doing all of this stuff, which I could do right now. Oh man, Mike C, you actually gave me an idea. I can just update the symbol list. Hold on. Sorry. I'm just making notes here before I forget. You guys are going to hear me clack for a second. Um, cool. So yeah, so the idea is to um, what I'm thinking is I can use all of this stuff within the regular version of trade ideas to make sure that all of this fundamental stuff is met. And then I can feed that into the Market Explorer and say, okay, and filter all of that and only show me stuff in basics, right? Um, Slim, because again, even he believed as there's a whole paper on this. Just trying to find some sample charts. Maybe not. I worry about browsing the internet in front of a live audience. Um, you'll never know what pops up. But yeah, so the idea is to you basically use the fundamentals as a filter, and then you wait for right some sort of a technical setup, right? So this is just a nice high tight base on this where all of the other filters were met, and then you use the technical setup to say, okay, this is where I'm going to buy and where my stop is going to be and all of this kind of stuff, right? Um, and same right here, right? This is where I'm going to buy and all the setup and everything is going to happen right here. So, right, he would have bought probably on a breakout here, and then you had this nice kind of push up, and then he probably would have added here. Then you would have had a nice consolidation, and then he was a big fan of adding on the way um, up, right? So then he probably would have added here, right? So eventually, right? And then if you add it again here, he would always, and this is something he talked about a lot in the book, where he said, uh, you add to winners, not to losers. So by the end of these, William O'Neill was known for, again, not the best win rate in the world because he's a breakout trend trader, and it's not um, those don't have great win rates, but he would hit like 10 baggers and 20 baggers, which means 10 times your money, 20 times your money on some of these trades, just because he got a great entry with a nice tight stop loss, and then all of this fundamental stuff ends up going in as well. So um, let's see the output of this, if there's any, and we'll tweak. All right, that didn't work. So this is the kind of building, right? So now we debug. I'm going to add in some columns here. Let's just add in symbols already there. I don't know, company name, price, volume, probably change, uh, volume, make it simple. So nothing came up. So let's loosen some things up, right? We'll just make things, I think it might be this one. Let's get things up. Debugging time. So the best way to debug when you have a scan like this, it could just be that nothing is meeting this criteria, is just to start going through like filter by filter and just removing, or if I remove the float, we have one. Um, Properties, symbol linking, dock window. Right, so INTA, and now let's look. And this is one thing, like I really think the single stock window and trade ideas is one of the most underrated tools that we have. So cash debt ratio of only 3. So maybe this one might be messing it up. So it's only a 30 million share float. It's only got a market cap of 2 billion. That's fine. Held by insiders, 40%, or held by institutions, 50%. Cash, let's do the, jeez. And let's do, we'll do quarter. I'm just adding these things to my single stock window so I can see them. EPS growth, that as well. So now I have here, so I know that quarterly earnings growth is higher, 6%. Oh, quarterly earnings growth is 200%. Wow. Okay. All right. So let's just lighten it up a bit. So it's one of those things I would rather let in more symbols than less and let the user scan through them and filter them out, right? So float, let's actually just do, open that up, and then we're going to just like make these all a little bit less. Because the book was written a long time ago. So I just loosen the filter. And this is kind of a good lesson, is this is um how you work a scan, right? You go through and you say, okay, what if we um you lighten up the filters and you lighten up the filters, and then eventually you get to the point where you have a handful of symbols in. And then the beauty of it is you can customize this. So if you go back into trade ideas one day and there's 300 filters that make your scan or stocks that make your scan this time, you maybe go, okay, well, let's uh, let's go back to the drawing board here and show me a little bit less of what's going on, right? So you'll tweak it depending on market depending. So I'm going to change this year range. I think this might be doing it. I'm just going to go 6 month range. Ideally, yeah, I don't know, what, 10 or 15 a day would be nice. Just sit down and go through. But again, he was big on relative strength. He was big on buying, actually just make any quarterly earnings growth. And let's do, this is like a really loose scan here. And let's sort by, I've always thought the quarterly earnings growth is going to be kind of the type of year. Yeah, so I'd rather go through 20 symbols a day. That should take minutes at best. And then kind of go through and say, okay, maybe this is, if it's ever too much, then go and observe them. But um, how I would use this scan is I wouldn't just, it's not a scan that I think you would buy anything from right off it, but you would go through it and say, okay, so this NEWR has 86% held by institutions. That's pretty wild. Um, yeah, massive quarterly earnings growth, um, massive earnings per share growth. So it has all of the earnings and revenue growth kind of criteria. It definitely has the held by institution criteria. It's tiny float, $5 billion company. But it doesn't mean, like, it doesn't look good as a setup right here. But if you take this and you add this to a watch list, or you just use the I like feature and trade ideas, right? For me, it's like, okay, what, $80, right? If they can, hopefully it bases like this for a while and then it goes, and then you'll just be constantly kind of managing a watch list. You could also just do it with price alerts. One thing I like about price alerts is you can just write a note. So I could say from can slim scanner. Right. So then if this pops up and gets through here, then I can go, okay, well, that came from a cancel scanner. So this means it's going to be a longer term kind of trade. Uh, and yeah, it's one of those that if that's right and it breaks 80 and it goes to 120, it's a dope little return. So I think that's a good start. I'll start keep playing with it as well. Let's see, technically this one looks way better for me. Oh, earnings in 2 days, which is a nice little flag here. That would be kind of a cup and handle type look. AVP cup and handle. I just wonder why there's so little. Annual, could it be the annual EPS growth? That's a ratio, so it'd have to be above 1, right? If it's below 1, then that would mean a shrinking in earnings. Now, for those who don't know, one cool thing we can do is if you're ever wondering, like I am here, anything about a filter, you can right click and click help. This website takes a little bit to load. It's a beast of a website because it has all of our filters, but it'll always bring you right here. So, um, annual estimated annual growth is looking at a ratio for earnings per share growth, comparing it to the quarterly date to that 12 months ago. Formula is current EPS estimate minus a year ago actual EPS divided by current EPS estimate. Is that a ratio? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So anything over, no, anything positive, right? I haven't finished my coffee yet. Someone tell me if I'm wrong here. Best way to do is just go find out. Let's go make this 0 and see what comes up. It's just playing. one of those things. It's like, I may take a while playing with this, but as soon as I'm done, then I have a scan forever. So what was annual EPS growth? 23 cents. What was EPS? Okay, so EPS 22 cents, and it's expected to do 23 cents. So it is still growing, just a little bit. This EPS was 21 cents, and then this next one's 47 cents. Okay, with a 300% earnings growth. Um, okay, EPS was 15 cents, and okay, it's 30 cents. So they're expected to double EPS. So I don't think this is letting in anything with bad EPS. 35 cents and 39 cents. Okay. So zero. That's probably what was messing it up, is that I was looking for like it to double or triple earnings estimates. So I think, and again, feel free to play, but I think I got something there. So I'm going to share this with the room if anyone's interested. Now, there's very little when it comes to technical side of things, right? So one thing I want to definitely pound the table on is that although William O'Neill looked at the fundamental stuff and it was important, it was just his way to filter down stocks, right? The stocks that he actually chose to trade were stocks in which they had technical setup, right? So it was kind of like, show me stocks that were growing the most, but I'm not going to just trade them because of the fundamental, right? I'll use the fundamental as a, yeah, so just for people who are looking, this AM never triggered. I'm not, so that's going to be canceled. I'm not interested in that anymore. That's one thing I like this anchored VWAP approach, right? Because it's a very well taught trading style is anchored VWAP bounces, right? Or VWAP bounces, right? It's just a lot of hedge funds use it. It's algorithmically developed and stuff. But my concern was always, where do I get in? Where do I? What is my trigger point on these? And with this anchored VWAP, now that question has been answered, right? A close above, and I'm think I'm settling on the 3 minute chart, but a close above this, that's my entry. And away we go, right? So, um, talking about oversold RSI. Again, I'll just say that oversold RSI has been heavily tested and has absolutely no statistical advantage whatsoever. Um, so I don't look at overbought, oversold conditions at all. I guess one evidence would be look at any meme stock, throw on an RSI, and right, show me how long it's been oversold for. It's a very confirmation biasy kind of a thing. But again, heavily tested. Lots of machine learning algorithms run on it. If you're buying a stock because it's oversold and then selling it because it's overbought, it's just a money loser in the long run. So Bed Bath & Beyond became oversold kind of right here at $10, and then it dropped to 2. Right? So you would have kind of lost everything, right? So um, I would never buy something because it's oversold. And the fact that a stock can get oversold on the RSI means it's generally weak. So I like to look for stocks that can't get oversold on pullback. So ASO, and this is something that's been studied as well and has much better advantage. You see how ASO this entire time couldn't even drop below 40, let alone 30, for since uh, kind of June, July-ish. right? That shows that this is kind of a very strong name, and if it ever gets oversold, then it'll be like, okay, maybe the strength is diminishing and it's time to go. But so that's mainly how you'll see a lot of technicians use RSI, right? As soon as something is like that disproven, where it's like there's, I think 100 academic studies at this point showing that just it doesn't work, people will start going, huh, well, what about the opposite? The old George Costanza trade of, right, if it statistically doesn't work this way, maybe it will actually work this way. It's the interesting scanner here. Yeah, no worries. Um, Chat GPT. We are looking at buffing the AI with some of the newer models that came out. But the problem is ChatGPT is a bit of a parlor trick right now, where it's essentially just reading, and it's really cool, and there's a lot of really really interesting stuff you can do with ChatGPT, but it's kind of like just an advanced search engine. So it can only answer questions for things that it can find on the internet. And if somebody had the holy grail of trading and published it on the internet, I don't think you would need Chat GPT to find it, right? It'd be everywhere, and then as soon as it's everywhere, then it would be kind of automated away, right? So, um, where I'm interested in using things like ChatGPT and different AIs for would be sentiment style indications, teaching it to. There's one thing. So a lot of people use sentiment data when they do surveys, right? And then like the um, I think it is survey and that kind of stuff. But people can answer surveys however the hell they want, right? There's an old comedian joke of there was a stat that came out that said 20% of America thinks the Earth is flat, and the comedian's joke was, no, it's only 20% of people stupid enough to answer surveys um, think the world is flat. So what I would be interested to see is some sort of AI that can read and interpret. Maybe you subscribe it to a bunch of Substacks and Twitter accounts and stock twits and like a lot of this different data where people are writing their actual thoughts and then build some sort of it'd be a lot of work to build some sort of kind of real-time sentiment gauge based off of what people are saying. Like, maybe you assign bigger weights to more well-known kind of things. Like, so, Michael Burry, you would just give him a negative weight anytime he says sell. You're like, okay, well, this guy's always, Big Short broke his brain, so he's always bearish. That kind of stuff, right? But it's one of those things where um, the that to me is more because ChatGPT is a natural language processing, which basically just means it can read and interpret and regurgitate. So it's not even really so much for data crunching. It just can read things really, really fast. It is, and again, not to take away. It's obviously amazing, like not to take away from its power, but that's what it does. It kind of reads and interprets. So, if you're going to use a tool like that, you're going to say, okay, well, what can you possibly read to make me money in the market, right? And I don't, you're not going to beat the AIs of Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and stuff that are reading news releases and things like this in real time. Like those already exist. There's a reason why for a while there, any stock that mentioned AI in a press release ever doubled in prices because there's these bots that, get the news feed and instantly read it and interpret it and then make trading decisions based off it. That's not a game that I want to play because I don't want to play against Goldman Sachs. Thank you very much. Um, but I do think there's
Michael,
some cool stuff we can do.
Michael,
Very.
the Earth isn't flat.
No, I'm sorry, man. You
I
can't.
heard you talking about Europe. The Earth is not flat, really?
It's not, man. I'm sorry. hate to
Oh
burst
my
your bubble. I
goodness.
also got to say the tooth fairy isn't real too. So because we're
Now, for everybody in the room in YouTube who's listened to Michael for the last probably couple of years, every Tuesday, um, this is a sea change for Mr. Noss talking about fundamentals. I
oh
gotta
no,
I
it's
gotta
not.
pull your leg a bit. I just gotta pull your leg a little bit
No,
because
it's
how
not.
many times, listen, guys, you've been in the room, if you've been in the YouTube room listening to Michael, and somebody says, "Well, yeah, but I thought they're whatever EPS. I don't care about fundamentals. I don't care about fundamentals. I'm a CME. I only care about technicals, so I don't care about fundamentals."
I
And I'm
do.
just pulling your leg. I'm
But if
just pulling your leg.
and especially such a loyal user like Mike C, if he's gonna request something, I'm gonna build it. But no, it was funny because it was just serendipitous. Because yeah, as you know, I went to Toronto last week, and
Yes.
I forgot to download anything. So I've got like no Netflix shows and no podcasts and nothing. So I go through my Audible app, and one of the only books I had was old school William O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks. So I'm like, all right, it's been a couple years since I've listened to this. Let me listen to it again, and still good.
Feel
The guy
good.
was a champ.
Well, Michael, on my AMA, I was going to, just as that phone rang, I had to take that phone call. I was actually going to flip the script on my AMA short and go long, but I kept in it because I had that phone call, and I'm glad I did. AMAM. And now, I posted in the Slack, in our Slack thread Slack thread why I did it.
Mhm.
So you're of the opinion that BBs and regression are about the same?
From all of the testing that I've done, now I still have that request for linear regression to come out for you. Um, I think we could develop a scan fairly quickly, and then the indicator is going to be after, right? They're not going to add anything to the charts until the charts are kind of up to snuff.
Mm-hmm.
But in most cases, I think it's going to be pretty close. Um, just because it's looking for the same thing. They're both two standard deviations away from something. The question is, they're what are they two standard deviations away from? And one of them is a 20 period moving average, and then the other one is just a regression line. And again, in most there's going to be differences, of course, but in most cases they were pretty simple. They're pretty similar.
It's funny because what I did, I actually made it three standard deviations in that particular one that I shared in Slack, just to get it. I guess I don't know if it makes sense to do that, but just to
That
make
just
it
means
even
it's
more.
more of a unusual move. You do the same thing here with the Bollinger Bands
Hmm.
with the scan, right? Um, yeah, in some cases they're going to be different. In a lot of cases they're going to be the same. But you're looking for it's just a revision to the mean of something that statistically is a little overdone. But just because we
Hmm.
were talking about the AVWAP and I mentioned to everyone that actually completely kept me out of the trade from going long, and that's because I'm waiting for a break of, right? So you can see here on the chart, this is where I drew the anchored VWAP from this high right here, and I'm looking for a
Hmm.
candle close above it, and it just never got there. And you can see every
Right.
time it would actually have been an amazing short. Every time it hit that, right, just shows that that's kind of where profit takers are coming in. So the fact that it never got through that and it never held through that kept me out of it. And then as soon as it kind of breaks down VWAP here, then I'm just no longer interested anymore. So
Yeah, I thought my stop, if it had been, if it didn't take out the VWAP, was going to be the VWAP, but it just broke right through it. So that's why I just
yeah,
kept in the trade. I got in. It's funny because I didn't draw that anchored VWAP there, but it appears that just underneath five, which is where I took the short, would have been about the same
yep.
underneath that anchored VWAP.
Well, yeah, and that's again, it's you'll notice that happens a freakishly amount. The more I kind of look at and I use it, going from Brian Shannon's book, I'm like, okay, here's a place, and it's one of those things that I may just add. I need to see, like for this one, you could say, okay, it had the anchored VWAP resistance above, and it was a whole number. So it's like, the more things that you can kind of stack in your favor, but Yeah, before you left, you were asking about the Man U trade, which has just been. I think I need to check my account, but I think I probably got stopped out. I had a trailing stop on it around here, but just like give me one of these a day, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
This
yeah.
thing, the
Manu is interesting, isn't it? Because all the rumors about the $5 billion buyout, et cetera, and people are, in our trading room on Thursday and Friday, because I think that's when the initial rumor came out, and say, I guess we buy. I said, guys, until it's done, it's not done.
Mhm.
Now I don't know what's happened. I have no idea why it's had the weakness it's having. I don't know over the weekend. Maybe you know, maybe it's. I think it's Qatari money. Maybe they decided, no, who knows? I don't see any headline on it. But boy, there's a classic example of a stock that was around 28.50 and now goes down to underneath 23.
Yep.
And you just cannot, it's the old adage, Michael, when you sell a house, it's not sold until the funds are in your account. you know,
Yes, there can be anything,
it's
and then the funny thing is your risk reward is super skewed. I remember this on Twitter where when he initially announced the buyout price, it traded right up near that buyout price. And a lot of people were saying, oh, well, and it was the same thing. This is free money. It was maybe trading 50%, 50 cents or so below the buyout price. Say, I'll just buy
right,
it here. And then
right,
I remember I was on this stream and saying, like, look at your risk reward. If it gets bought out, you can only make a max of that 50-cent different.
right.
If he pulls out, it's going to drop 5-10 bucks. So you're risking 10 to make one. And now it eventually got bought out, but it dropped as they were fighting back and forth, right? It was insane for a very long
Hmm.
time. But
Yeah.
this Man U trade, basically that was the reason. So my scan is pretty simple. It's looking for a stock that's down on the day, bouncing up to VWAP, or up on the day, selling back to VWAP. Has to do 3 times normal volume. So we have 6 times normal volume today. I look at the daily chart, right? It's obviously a nice failure from here. This thing could definitely move lower. And then
Hmm.
it comes up. You just see all the time it spent fighting, and it couldn't get over VWAP. So I just anchor a VWAP from the low and say, okay, first candle that closes under this VWAP, I'm going to short. So I just short it right there. My stop, worst case, goes just above VWAP, and then just again, give me one of these a day,
Oh yeah.
and I'm
One
a
of
happy
those a day.
camper,
No
right?
kidding. No kidding.
And I had a few. So there was that one, and you know me, I love systematic trading, like repeatable kind of trading, and the same thing here with IC. Some craziness happened on Friday that looks like, gap down, started to sell back off, and the same thing right here. It's just fighting, fighting, and fighting VWAP, right? I anchor a VWAP from there, which just kind of looks like this. So I take a
Hmm.
short there. So that's my stop, right? That's my short, super tight stop, and then the thing just falls apart.
Greater. Yeah.
Um, so it's just so it's not magic, right? I'm batting at maybe a little bit better than a 50-50 win rate.
Hmm.
Uh, but the risk reward on them is so big, and I don't need to think, which is great, right? It's um, the less I find you have to think when you trade, the better off it will be, because it's um, everything's systematic, right?
Hmm.
I need this to occur, and then that to occur, and then this to occur, and then that's when I'll take the trade. So I don't. There's no room for me to get emotional and do dumb stuff. Um, I'm going to share. Someone was just asking for it, but I don't. That doesn't exist, right? It's like I know the setup. There is some discretion to it, like, for example, this tap looks like it could be a short, but I'm not really interested in shorting this name just because of where it is in the daily chart. So it's not something I could just plug into a robot and let it go.
Yeah.
But
It's an
it's
idea. That's all it
yeah.
is. It's an idea, and then you've got to check, other time frames, and maybe even what the market's doing, things like that. And
Yep.
yeah.
But there's no second guess. Now the other thing that I'm thinking of doing with this, and this is an idea you gave me, that if I just let a couple races run because I'm actually agreeing with you, and I'm actually really liking this. That I'm finding the best trades for this happen after the first hour or so of the day. They actually happen around 11 Eastern
Mm-hmm.
to 1 or 2 Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so what I'm thinking is if I load up a couple races for relative strength and relative weakness off the open, and then when I am interested in trading at about 11, so an hour and a half, 2 hours after the market's open, and I just
Mm-hmm.
go through that list of the whatever was the winners and losers in the races,
Mm-hmm.
that maybe that will actually give me a good list to do the same thing on, right? I start
Right.
anchoring VWAPs from the highs and lows of the day and then just waiting for these things to break in order to take trades. Something else I'm thinking about, but
Okay,
the
Michael, I better get
premise.
back into the other rooms.
Oh, geez,
It's
yeah, we've been
1:06,
waffling on for a while. Cool.
which is great. I
Yeah, I'll
love
see you
it.
at the marketing meeting.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, guys, let's see. I'm back in our YouTube room. Let me get music going. Guys, I'm back in the main room and now I am back in Discord. Okay, I'm back in all the rooms. And so we'll chat with Michael again. So I mentioned my AM short guy, so that is working out very nicely. It's funny. It's funny. I almost was going to flip it. I'm having some problems here. I was almost going to flip the script here on that short because just as I was talking to Michael, it was starting to inch up a little bit. And then the phone rang. And so I got distracted and then it came right back down. So this short is working out very nicely. I actually thought maybe, I'd be getting out around the VWAP, but it is right down through that VWAP now. So again, if you were in the room, you heard, I said I was going to take the short underneath 5, and I thought though maybe the VWAP would hold it, which would have given me a not a bad risk reward. But now this is turning into just a huge risk reward in terms of the ratio. And let's see what else is happening here. Well, I got to say, guys, if you have the AI, two excellent alerts. I mean, look at DFIN. I mean, the to short it 43.30, and this was easily shortable. When I say easily shortable, lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, so I'm assuming widespread availability in various brokerage platforms. So that would not have been an issue. A nice pattern to short it from. I mean, look at this. There it was. There you can see the down arrow. Hopefully you can see the down arrow on my 15-minute chart. So it's a short on that candle. It never really got above it and it just basically collapsed, and it's an earnings play. And so if you took this short, the only issue now is what is it going to do at the 200-day moving average? 37.05 is the 200 day. You can see it's coming right into it. So that was one, and then the other one though was APLS. I mean, it doesn't look as good percentage wise, but this is what I'm saying. I mean, look at this, a 12% gain for DFIN, and so far 6%, 6.7% for APLS. Only 4 alerts. The other two did not pan out, but just outside of the price range though that I like to trade the AI. But the DFIN, I actually did look at it. The reason being is that because it's an earnings play, you know that it's going to be active all day long. And so I actually was semi-interested in taking this one, and then I just kind of got distracted. Hmm. How's my sound coming, guys? I had a message from my It sound still okay? Sounds fine. Okay, thank you. I had a sort of a mini error message from my noise canceling saying there seems to be an overload on your system, which may affect the voice quality. So I just wanted to make sure we're okay. Don't you dare go long AMAM. Poe, I'm still in this short. I mean, it could keep running. I mean, the next, the area of support, we're just getting I mean, listen, 4 maybe. I mean, that would be my fantasy level. I mean, the low of that 15-minute candle is around 4, and I actually haven't taken anything off yet. I was actually somewhat surprised that there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I was looking at HUN earlier, HUN. I was looking at HUN a little bit earlier, um, as a potential short in this area, and then it popped up. So I'm still kind of watching it. It's through the 200-day moving average. It's not an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Sorry, it is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Wasn't doing too much, but since the market opened, it's been almost straight down. Had a couple little jogs up. Through again, as I say, through the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left was 27.92. So I thought, okay, maybe, but so I'm looking maybe if it gets into the 28.30s again, perhaps to take a little bit of a short on it, thinking that maybe 28 might hold it. So it would be 30 cents. Yeah, I don't have that one, Mike. ZDGE, Zedge from my 10-day daily breakout. And the reason being is why? Let's see. The volume's fine. The relative volume's fine. It did not make it though into mine. So you must have a different setting in for your 10-day daily breakout. It's possible because what's the opening print here? Now I can tell you exactly why. Jamie, the only thing it's happened to me a little bit myself today. The only thing is to go to your account and do a reset connection. It should rectify it. Okay. And every time you might have noticed that it was happening to me also. So anyway, why the ZDGE is not showing up in mine? One of my filters is it has to be 40 cents above the open. Okay, so I just have to look here. It looks like the open was 325. Yeah, 325 was the open. So this is only at 345. So that's why. You know what's having a nice little rebound here, guys, is DocQ. DocQ is having a nice little rebound, DOCU, through the VWAP. 5910 is the VWAP, so it's right at the VWAP, guys. Let's see if it takes it out. Yeah, Jamie, that's the sort of the general fix. If this is for anybody, if your charts aren't loading for some reason, maybe your single stock window. Look at my single stock window. This is not right. You know, I'm missing a filter down here. So Typically, if you just do a refresh. Well, keep an eye on Doc, you guys. Here it is at that VWAP, okay? 5909 is a little bit below it. Is the VWAP going to reject it and maybe move down again? In which case there'd be, room down to about 58, or will it tear through it and maybe start to move higher? And we won't know, of course. Josh Brown, positive comments. Okay, maybe that's what. At what time was it? Maybe he started his positive comments at 12:30. 12:39. Thank you, Denver. Okay. Yeah, so that obviously had that's that 15-minute candle. All right. Well, 5909, it's right. I mean, it's literally right on the VWAP now. I'm talking about DOCU. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video right now, 118. So I'm going to do my video right now. So 118. Now, I did have some technical issues on Friday, so I'm gonna say 1:30. It shouldn't be that long, but just in case. Oh, I gotta get rid of my other announcement. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute in all the rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, I'm having some technical issues, so I may have to put myself on mute here. Just give me a moment while I can find where I uploaded it. Okay, I have found. Yeah, the ARBE. I see what you're looking at, Casa. 1315, 115, so 129 now. Hasn't moved too much yet. ARBI, sorry, ARBE. Another one that is challenging the VWAP, guys, 674. Look at that. Look at that right there, 674, challenging the VWAP, ARBE. Okay, guys. Well, I mentioned DOCU, so it is now above the VWAP. It looks like that VWAP is trying to hold it there. 5910 is the VWAP, 5924 right now. Looks like it's trying to hold it and maybe move from here. You know, 60 could be achievable, I guess. I'm not saying it's getting there, but my screen is blank. You're right, it is blank. You are absolutely right. So I think, yeah, I tried to do. Yeah, never mind. How I've got my cable guy coming over in about 2 hours. There's something going on, so I tried to do something fancy, and that did not work. Let me make sure it's working in StreamYard. Should be okay in YouTube. Okay, guys, I've taken some of my AM short off the table. That 450 mark might be holding it. Okay, I got to keep an eye on this DOCU now. All right, guys, I'm really interested in this DOCU. I want to see if it holds this 20 level. Starting to fade a little bit here. Maybe it'll test that VWAP again. Maybe the VWAP will hold it the second time, and maybe it'll run. All right, I'm in it, guys. I'll put my stop no more than the VWAP of 5903 for DocU. No more than. And I'm in this one at 59. What was I? 5926. 5926 for the DocU. Let's see if it has a bit of a run. So I'm just basically playing the VWAP, okay? And see if it can have a bit of a run in it. AM continues to move down off that 450, so still have some left. See if I can induce this one a little bit higher here for the DocU. FMS is a earnings play. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Ah, okay. One of these crazy ones. Very rarely does a company release earning during market hours, but this is a market hours again because it's where are they out of Germany? So this again rarely does that happen. But these guys obviously just released earnings right here, I guess. Well, yeah. I mean, this one popped up to 2084 all the way back down. Come on, Doc, you make a move here. Yeah, I mean, right now, 440. Let's see if it takes out 440. We're talking to AM. I hope I'm not getting too greedy on this Doc U. We had a nice little move into the 40s. I almost took some off, but I'm looking for a little bit more. Yeah, a couple of right at the 59.41. Got to be aware of that. I have not even looked at the market, to be honest, after the first 15, 20 or 15 to 30 minutes. I haven't really looked at what the market's doing. But it's a good point, Poe. You know, like a bounce play like this probably is not going to work that well. I'm talking Doc U, but what? It's waiting to see one more little pop maybe for Doc U. No, see, it'll there's a 200-day moving average that's at 60. So I'm just seeing if it can get a little bit closer. Yeah, I think the market's getting a little more wise to these AI press releases. ARB. I don't see that press release. You know, that had AI in it, but That is for the ARBE. Okay, guys, that's it. I'm basically flat on the docu. Got a little bit greedy. With this market moving down, bounce plays are going to be tough. Got a couple topping tails on that. So basically, I made pennies on it. So move on to something else, preferably a short. I'd love to be able to short this one under 630 RBE, but there's just no shorts available. No shorts available. All right, guys, keep an eye on this kidney, KDNY. Underneath the VWAP, though, there's a big bottoming tail there. So, sellers had it down here and the buyers did close it higher. Okay, I gotta keep watching this kidney for a bit here, guys. KDNY for a potential short. Only thing I don't like is this bottoming tail here. Well, docu may run. Not caring too much what the market's doing, actually. DOCU. I'm out of it though. I just have an AMAM short still hanging on. Uh, yeah, maybe this one's just not going to trade very much. KDNY, it's just sort of stalling here. I'm looking at a short underneath here, but again, that bottoming tail, that's not good. All right, guys, 150. So I'm in a marketing meeting in about 10 minutes or so. So I will be putting myself on mute at that point. Okay, Jamie, anything you want me to add to the meeting? Oh boy, this docu looks like it might run, not care what the market's doing. The market's been down an hour now, straight hour, almost. Has another 9 minutes for this candle to close, or a little over 8 minutes for this candle to close. Well, I got a little jumpy on the docu. Actually, I'm going to blame Poe on that one. Because it was you, Poe, who said the Dow's trying for a 1K down. Hadn't even looked really at the market. So that influenced me to get me out of my docu long. I pull your leg a bit, but if anybody who's stuck with it, not bad now. DOCU, not bad. All right, guys. Kidney, KDNY, making a little move underneath that whole number. Just a little one. Yeah, just hang this KDNY just hanging around that 23 mark. Okay, so I am not getting any new alerts. Nothing new for a while. Let's see what this OGN did. Is this, wow, another day of continuation off that horrible earnings day. So this was its earnings day, guys. OGN, that would have been on Thursday, had a nice, decent recovery on Friday, and continuation recovery today for it. The next high looking left, it's still got room if it wants to keep moving. 28.17 above the VWAP. 26.53 is the VWAP, so it's above the VWAP. Keep an eye on SI maybe. SI just gave up 16. SI just gave up 16. The next low looking left is, wow, 1434, guys. That's the next low looking left for SI, 1434. Okay, guys, I have to put myself on mute now. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. And I had no idea how good an alert this was. I hadn't looked at this for a while since I got out of my short a long time ago. Look at this one, guys. Look how good this was. CVRX 1081 down to 666. Very ominous. I mean, that's amazing. 1081, 666 on the short. And unfortunately, I got out way too early. But man, oh man, straight down. It's not quite an all-time low. I mean, just even if you thought, well, I should have been paying way more attention. I mean, here's a nice break here at 9, and just sort of let it keep going. I mean, there was no way to get out. There was really no exit all the way down from 9 to 661 or so. Even Dan, 1574 on the alert. I mean, I shouldn't say even Dan. These have been just great alerts. I mean, we already knew about the IC. This one, ATNM, 1180, come on, 1189. And, got down to 1117. That's not bad. And the BCRX, 1135. What did it get down to? Yeah, it was okay, 8. I mean, it did have a nice pop. But Dan is even working well. 1574, 1574, down to 1530. I mean, just awesome short alerts from that 10-day daily breakdown. And you too can have it. If you just want it, you just go to my homepage and go to the scan section, and it's the 10-day daily breakdown. The breakouts, some of them worked okay, but today was definitely a breakdown day. All right, guys, let's see if this kidney can move down here. KDNY kept sort of rejected by the VWAP. I mean, there are some bottoming tails, but let's just see. I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. It's only down 1%. Give me a moment, please. What is going on? Okay, guys. Let's see. HLX. Nothing. I'm not getting any really new alerts right now. Market is trying to put in a bit of a recovery here. We were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're an hour and 15 down. Now trying to put in a mini recovery, maybe reclaiming the 400 mark. So I still have some of the AMAM short and the kidney short now. So KDNY short. So we'll see what happens. Keep an eye on HLX there. Just give me a moment. All right, let's take a look at HLX again. HLX again. Okay, so there's the VWAP. 886 is the VWAP. Okay, guys, APLS just made another. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I am wrong. ZDGE. It showed up for me now, Mike. ZDGE showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, 355. Quite a while ago, actually, at 203. So a little over 30 minutes ago. Now the problem maybe, no, it's not a big problem. $4 is the next high looking left, so it's got room. It does have some room. ZDGE, what's the spread like? It's not bad, 354, 357, so it's not terrible. Well, they must have only one. I think William did some analysis on this one, thinking that CVRX might be worth about five something a share, 570 or 560 a share, based on what they still have. But this is just getting crushed, down 60% now. That's CVRX. Yeah, I may have to up my minimum volume on some of these things. I'm just not getting too much activity, especially at this time of the day, 2:30. All right, guys, ZDGE on the move here. I'm not in this one. I'm not in this one, but if you've got this, there it is. The late alert too, 203. And the reason why it's so late is because it had to be up 40 cents from the open. And it didn't happen until at least 203, I guess. So I don't call it late. I mean, it just had to was not fulfilling all the filter requirements earlier. All right, guys. I'll be putting myself on mute in about 10 minutes or so. I'm still here, of course. One last time going over my home page. I'll be here until about 3:20. And tomorrow, pay way more attention. I say this, I seem to say it every single day, to the 10-day daily breakouts and the breakdowns. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. There's a promo code you can use to get 25% off. I don't know how much longer this will be available. Certainly it's okay now. 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. That may be it for this code. This is, of course, President's Day code. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is free for you. A great resource, Michael Noss. If you were in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, you would have heard Michael. He put this together. Stock of the day video that I do, free, of course. Trade of the week, free. I know it triggered earlier, but my guess in today's market, in this market today, whoa, look at DocU, not in it anymore. Look at DocU. Let me take a look at the trade of the week, PSTX. Yeah, so it did trigger briefly. Okay, but here's the deal, guys. You see the market doing something like this, I would probably be, I would let it, I'd let it sit for a while to see if you really want to go long anything on a day that, especially if it didn't have any news, had no news. No, it's on an earnings play. Didn't have any specific news. So that's how I would have played it. So even though in theory it did trigger, not in theory, it did trigger, I would not have taken the trade. I would have waited to see if there's any, how the market was going to work out today. We already knew the market had a big gap down. So that's how I would have played it. And education, big education section here. And of course, here are my scans. My scans, the races, the two races that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. The don't repeats of the the 10-day daily breakdowns in two versions, where the repeating version and the don't repeat version. So if you do take out a subscription, please use my homepage link and that promo code that's found on my homepage. The room gets credit, I get some credit. Plus, if you save my link, you can take a look at my scans and all that education section anytime you want. All right, Todd, see you tomorrow. Should have put an alert. I know, I'm talking to myself. Look at DocU go, guys. DOCU is Running a little bit with the market. You can kind of see it's running with the market now, DOCU. Not in it anymore, but definitely running a little bit with the market. Still have the kidney KDNY short and the AMAM short. Just hanging on to both of them until I see something drastic happening to take me out of the trade. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute right now, but again, I'll hop right back on the mic if there's a question. So if you have a question, don't be shy. Okay? All right, guys, I'm going to shut down about 5 minutes early than I normally do. I have a cable guy coming over to take a look at the install that's going on in the place. I've been having some problems, so he's coming over in about 20 minutes. I want to be set for him, so I'm going to shut the room down now. Thank you for all of the help. As usual, I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And now for YouTube to be shut down. Same thing, guys. We'll see you tomorrow at 8. Well, you guys, yeah, I get on the mic at 9 for you guys.